Oh my goodness. Hello, hello, hello. Hey guys, what's going on? Happy Friday. How everybody's doing well. Hope you're off work, first of all. Hold on.
Your words are as empty as your future.
Oh, thank God. Hey, Sovereign. What's going on? Are all the extended hours and stuff over with for you now? At least for now, until the next time they decide they want to do this. Anyway, welcome everybody. We're on part 13. So if you are afraid of the number 13, you might want to stay clear. Where did we finish up on Tuesday? God, I don't even. I think we were on maybe on the Nexus.
Is this show for my benefit? Because
Kadara.
I'm benefiting.
Joinga, joinga, joinga. Oh. That's the only time that you won't topple the tower, Sovereign, is if you're the first person to do it. Oh, we're up to 3. Let's see. Where are we? I think we turned in. Well, we finished the one quest where the guy had... Oh, that's right. We were going to do the gym. Jim and the Asari dancer over at Krala's whatever. Sovereign, thank you for the resub. Oh my goodness. 2 years. Oh my God, what the hell is wrong with you? Don't you have anything better to do with your money? Thank you. I appreciate the support. I really, really do. All right, let's talk to Jim. Get this going.
Oh, thank God. Didn't think anyone would stop. I need you to deliver a message. Please.
Depends on the message.
What kind of message?
Cheaper than cable.
Nothing illegal. I just need
This
to get
is
word
true.
from my girlfriend. She's probably worried sick.
First, tell me why they've got you locked up.
I may have had too much to drink and urinated on one of the cars. I've always been a bad drunk.
All right, what's the message?
My girlfriend
Excuse me.
works at Tartarus. Most beautiful Asari you've ever seen. Skin like the ocean, eyes like...
Jim, the message?
Right. Tell Sela I've run into a complication, but I'll have the credits to pay Sloane's protection fee soon. Ask her to wait for me. Oh, and leave out the part where I'm in jail. Thanks.
Oh, Jim.
I feel naked without my gun. You know, I admire
Pathfinder.
ruling Kadara. That can't be an easy job.
It's easier when you make an example of anyone who gets in your way.
Oh, nothing else.
Kadara needs that. Maybe.
Pathfinder.
Yeah, you know, really the only... I mean, what do I have? I have Netflix. I was a Prime subscriber in Amazon before they even had Prime. It's been that long. What else do I have? Edge. You guys remember Edge? One of the viewers here subbed. He hasn't been here in a while, but he's letting me leech off of his Disney Plus. So I'm not actually paying for that. I pay for Paramount Plus because I'm a Star Trek fan, so I got that. What else? What else do I have? And I do DirecTV
Just watching the ships come in.
streaming service. And really, to be honest with you, the only thing I watch is CNN while I'm working and Braves games. I'm totally kind of throwing money away there. I wish MLB has... God, we went off on a tangent already. MLB has a a TV package to where you can pay, and it's reasonably priced, where you can pretty much watch any game you want except games that are blacked out. So I live in Atlanta. I'm in the Atlanta area. I'm an Atlanta Braves fan. I can't watch the Braves on TV on the regional channels because of that. So I have to pay. I can't use the MLB package, so I have to use the DirecTV streaming service. It's $85 a month. So yeah, it's quite ridiculous.
Lots of
Guarding the Tempest?
the Nomad. Got some attention when we disembarked, and it's a lot more portable. Seems smart. Only 3 attempts to steal it so far, and 1 offer to buy it.
How much?
What was the offer? Just so I know how much I'm driving around.
Negotiations fell apart when he asked if I came with the car. Weird. Must have been something I aimed.
Wrong kind of watching. All right. I think. Okay, here's the research. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see. Armor. Remnant armor. We're at level 30 now, so they gate the upgrades to your character level. So I had to wait until I got to level 30 before I could get the level 5 upgrade. And then when you get the level 5 upgrade, and then you can go to the next, it's in 2 blocks of 5 essentially. And you can see that the advanced levels, they're unlocking as I get the level 5 ones. So if I wanted to do that, see, that one's gated at 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. And you can see there just above the camera there, at least on the arms, you can see it's got a pretty decent regen and resistance stats. So usually what I do is once I hit 30 and I can get everything to level 5, then I will try and make it. So you can come over here to the development tab and do, let's see, remnant, see all of our level 5 pieces. And you can see some of the augmentation slots. 4 augmentation slots in the chest piece. 2 in the helmet, 2 in the legs, and 2 in the arms. And this is where, I don't remember if you can put them in everything. You may have seen me buy the double mod extension. That way I could put it in something like this and wind up with 3 slots available. At least I think that's how it works. All right, so we'll see how much of this we can make. Let's see. Oh man, it's been a while. I knew the kinetic. Oh, you can't put that in this piece though. Biotic damage. Biotic recharge. Okay. Biotic recharge, so we can make that. And I think you can name them too. I know you can at least name the guns that you craft. Okay, so we got one of those. The chest piece. Okay, mods. Or maybe it's, sorry, mods, not augmentations. Double mods. Okay, so kinetic coil damage. A chest piece, damage resistance. So we'll put one of those in there. Shield relay. Maximum shields. Shield regeneration delay. Okay. Got one of those in there. Recon, combo damage. Okay, let's try that. Remnant Reborn. Okay. And we'll go down to the helmet. Level 4. Metagel regulator. Combat recharge, all combo damage. Tech. Biotic recharge. I still need, maybe I'll do it sometime tonight. I gotta do the, I keep saying I gotta get the upgrades for the Nomad. Power damage. Biotic power damage, there we go. And let's do shields. Okay, so now we've at least got that. Now I have to, when she goes to, yeah, when we go here, now we can come in here and put all that stuff on. Now you can put a mod on it. Okay. Legs. And arms. Chest. No. Mods. Fusion mod of rapid deployment. See, this is what I was talking about on Tuesday, I think it was, where when we get our AVP points for unlocking certain certain things. I was saying there was, I forget which one it was, but it allows you to, because you see here on the right hand side you've got plus 50% all power recharge speeds, and you've also got a negative to weapon damage. If I get that other thing with the AVP points, that will cut the reduction in weapon damage in half. So that will be, you'll still get the 50%, the buff, but the debuff will only be 15% instead of 30. Let's see. Yeah, see, 50% shields and minus 50% health. There are definitely some trade-offs here. Well, let's try that. I thought, I wonder why it's not doing the... Okay, what are we gonna do about for squatties? Who do we want? We've been running with Drac and Vetra for a while, so if we want to change it up, we can. Oh. Let's see. We could do all girls. We could bring Cora and Peebee. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's try that. next to Vetra, who is very tall, and Drac, who is very big. They looked like munchkins. And I can still color that armor too when we get back to the Tempest.
Pathfinder, you've got missed calls on the Tempest. Check back when you've got a minute.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and see, this is what it looks like by default. We have... I guess we don't have a photo mode. Some things are so ubiquitous anymore, you just expect it to be in everything, and even the older stuff. Oh man, she's she's working out over there.
Sela, I've got a message from Jim, your boyfriend.
Goddess, don't tell me he really thinks I'm his girlfriend.
Hopeful thinking on his part?
More than hopeful. Delusional. Go on then. What's the message?
He said he'll have enough credits to pay Sloane's protection fees soon, and, to wait for him.
You tell Jim thanks, but I'm happy at Taurus. I don't need rescuing. Especially from a pup like him.
It's amazing how she's not losing her breath when she's talking, even though she's doing all the exerting in there.
I'll set him straight.
Ugh, what a pain.
I think we've got some other stuff we can do here. We need to get something for the party, I think, or the movie night. He's up here. We'll try and get everything finished up that we can on Kadara before we head to Aladdin or Eladin. I always pronounce it wrong.
Did you find Sela? Was she worried?
I delivered your message, but Sela's happy at Tartarus.
Oh, so she wasn't worried?
Focus on getting out, Jim.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Okay, let's see what else we got while we're here. This weapons cache. Yeah, we got that one. On the Nexus, plants, overall, outlaw bases. There's a lot of tasks in here. Oh, we've probably got to. Oh, we got to complete the outpost first, which we have not done. Kadara. Check your mail and respond to Reyes. Okay. Excuse me. Rayless unfold. We didn't do that. Memory triggers. Turi and Ark. Talk to Sam. Alright, just looks like we need to go back to the Tempest. The email, Peebee. Yeah, let's do that.
Relax, Kosta. They don't know I was coming.
It's funny how they can fly 620 something years through space to get here, but she has to go back to the ship to read her messages. Okay.
Oh, Gil wanted you to check in.
Alright, let's go talk to Gil. Uh-oh. A little laggy there. Oh, and I need to cash in some of those missions too. Like something like 50 of them.
No poker tonight. Reports. Lots of them.
But Lieutenant, you can't possibly lose 3 in a row.
I know what you're trying to do, and I hate that it's working.
How you gonna spend your fortune, Gil?
Let's wait for the... Oh, there we go. Wait for the mats to finish.
Hey there.
Hey yourself.
Question for you.
Shoot.
When all this craziness is over, you think you'll have kids?
Whoa, left field.
Where the heck's that coming from?
Jill, the best friend I mentioned while you were killing me at poker. She's starting the initiative's first repopulation effort at Prodromos. It's all she can talk about. It got me thinking. At the end of the day, this whole thing, the Andromeda initiative, we're basically here to spawn.
Make babies.
Took you this long to figure that out?
I told you, I didn't really think this thing through. But nothing we do here really matters unless we survive. Jill's right. At some point soon, we better get busy making babies.
True enough.
Who knew this thing was just a glorified dating service? Eesh. The biological imperative is kind of a bummer.
There are other ways to reproduce. It doesn't have to come from a romantic relationship.
I guess I could donate DNA, or however it works. You know me.
Oh, nice.
Whatever my gut
All right,
says at
sounds
the
good.
moment, I
Have a
do,
good lurk.
and I don't look back. My mom says that's how my dad was. I wouldn't know. His gut moved on before I was born.
Ouch.
I had no idea. That must have been hard.
Hey, I turned out all right. He did his part. Brought me into the world. Maybe that's enough. Thanks for talking, Ryder.
Excuse me.
Hey, Ryder. What's the story?
Regale me with some poker wisdom.
Well, bluffing and reading players aside, poker is all about math. If the odds of getting the card you need are greater than the bet, make the bet.
How's your friend Jill doing?
Good. Busy. Apparently, prepping multiple species for procreation is a lot of work. Who knew? Waiting to get it all started was killing her. Now she's being shot out of a cannon, so to speak.
Good talking to you, Gil.
Anytime. Look at that, man. Jet black. Ah, love it. Does a pie jack scratch his butt?
Hey, kid.
Got any stories or advice to share?
Does a pie jack scratch its butt?
Tell me more about fighting Ket.
So, Chosen, it's not good to let too many of them get close to you at once. If they hit your shields, take a step back. Let me handle them. Bet you anything they're not used to being rushed by a Krogan.
We can talk more later.
Sure.
Sure.
Alright, let's see. Where is Vetra? We do have her mission with Sid in the journal. We just have to go to that, what's left of that planet, to do it.
Pirates, exiles, severed heads. Kadara Port's a peach, huh? And Sloane Kelly is the pit. Anything you needed?
How's the search for the Asari Ark going?
Those nav points are set. I'm ready if you are.
Same comment.
How's the search for the Asari Ark going?
Those nav points are set. I'm ready if you are.
See you later, Cora.
I'll be here.
Okay, what did I miss? It's gotta be. It's gotta be upstairs. Upper level.
Do all Angaras snore, or just you?
Do all humans whimper in their sleep? Or just you? Axul is very cunning. We can't underestimate him. My mothers are worried sick about the cousins that joined him.
Do you have a mate? A partner?
I don't. Not for a long time.
Not for a long time.
I fell in love with a girl once. Aliyah. We were young. I was young. It was my first Vesaal on Aya. We worked on the same farm. She was a little older. A researcher. I can still hear her laugh and see her eyes. She kissed me and I was hers. Thrilled and seduced.
I have a bad feeling about this.
My older brother came to Aya. He was already famous in the Resistance.
Where is Aliyah now? Did she and your brother work out?
They came back to Haval, and she joined our family. She became one of the mothers.
You have to see her every day?
No. They were taken by the Ket. Their children survived.
Well, enough about that. Can you tell me more about the Ket occupation?
It's a difficult subject. I'll answer what I can. I may get emotional.
Have the Ket always been here?
No. Some, like the Moshai, are old enough to remember the time before the Ket. But I don't. Nor do my mothers.
And the Archon came with them?
We think so. Resistance intel on that is unclear, and few have seen him in person.
And lived to tell?
And lived to tell.
What's living under the Ket been like for you?
Do you really want to hear about these things? They're painful.
I asked, didn't I?
It's like living on unstable ground. Every day brings more horrible news. I part company with someone not knowing if I'll ever see them again. When I was a boy, my father vanished from my life. One horrible day.
Was he in the Resistance?
No. He was a technician at a mine. He went to work and didn't come home. That happens for an Angara child somewhere, every single day.
When the Ket came, why didn't you fight?
They didn't give us a reason to. Until they did. Then it was too late. Perhaps you think we were weak. But the Ket are ruthless. They are masters at knowing exactly when and how to strike.
I get that, believe me.
Okay.
Well, enough about that. I want to learn more about your species.
What would you like to know?
You studied with Moshe Sefa. Is she a teacher or a religious figure?
She's many things. She's a clear thinker with deep knowledge and insight. She teaches and inspires. She is beloved. I love her.
Really? So one of those professor-student things?
No, not that way. Moshe Sefa is 115 of your years old.
Is there a central Angaran religion?
There are many variations. An almanac could give you an accurate number. But if you are a believer, the essential tenet is, after we die, we are reincarnated. We evolve to make our families strong. Born
And
from
clear.
what was before. Blessed to be better than before.
Are you a believer?
No. Yes. Sometimes. I don't know if it's the same for humans. Sahuna, my true mother, is a firm believer.
How many colonies do you have? On what planets?
Since the Scourge, we've managed to survive on a small number of planets. What we know from before the Scourge is mostly oral history. We did have spaceflight, and the stories tell of 5 original colonies.
The Angara seem so open and free with their feelings.
Are we? We're certainly not ashamed of our feelings. We're taught that feelings and beliefs should live on the outside, where they can be dealt with, honestly and openly.
Don't people get hurt?
Of course.
He does. Hey, Eldon, happy
Deals
Friday.
with it.
How's it going?
How long have you had electromagnetic capabilities? How did they evolve?
No idea. Biology doesn't interest me, but I'm sure you can easily read up on it.
That's disappointing. No biology at all?
How do your eyeballs work?
An internal lens focuses an image onto the retina where it becomes electrical impulses that are deciphered by the brain.
You took my sarcasm as an invitation to show off.
Pitiful. Oh, nice.
Well, enough about that.
Yeah, I could go back. I could get some sleep too.
Can I ask you a few more questions?
Of course. If I can answer them, I will.
Did you always want to be a fighter? Did you study anything particular in school?
No. I don't like to talk about it. But I'm not a fighter. Not really. The Ket occupation creates chaos. So our education is chaotic. I'm not really anything. But that's an excuse. The truth is, I don't know what I want. Yet. For my life. At my age. I hope being here will inspire me.
Do Angara plan their futures? Do you dream about what you want to accomplish?
You put plan and dream in the same question.
Yeah.
Oh,
Excuse me.
I see. You meant to do that. Angara thirst for now. We don't strive to make the future better. We strive because the present is lacking.
Can you tell me about your family? Assuming you have one.
Oh, God.
Sit down. This will take time. Is someone bringing us snacks and drinks?
Whoa, your family's that big?
I have one true mother, Sahuna, and more than 5 additional mothers, and many, many, many siblings, and cousins, all raised together. Our families constantly change and evolve.
Yeah.
Relationships come and they go. My father is gone, taken, or killed by the Ket. We never found his body.
I'm sorry about that, Jal. I understand. I just lost my dad.
Something in common between aliens, then. We are fatherless, yet we fight on. Anything else you want to ask?
Well, enough about that. I'll see you later, Jal.
Stay strong and clear.
And clear. Were you eavesdropping, Liam?
Still waiting on our visit to Aya. Useful, but also fun. Looking forward to it.
Just checking in. I wanted to ask about you.
What do you want to know?
I have to know about the car.
We'd wrench on it as a family. Mom suggested it, and Dad liked a happy mom. That's how I fell into mechanical stuff. Armor and jump jets. Mom wasn't a fan of the second part. You know how it is.
I worried my parents from time to time.
That's a kid's job. I probably crossed the line a few times, though. Like jumping a galaxy. That's why I have to make this work. If I don't, then Andromeda was a mistake. I said goodbye to too many people to let that happen.
Tell me about your friends in crisis response.
I swore I wouldn't tell anyone what they did. Stealing the shuttle for the car was above and beyond. Dondi, Base, Mazzy, Noel, Cap, and goddamn Hammond. The best people
Damn it,
in the
Hammond.
have fallen down. Eventually, I'll have to start a new branch here, you know? I promised.
We'll talk later.
I know it.
I know it. Peebee says you know it. Yeah, see, there goes the lag again. In the game, not in the stream. I haven't dropped any frames.
Feeling okay?
At least not yet.
I saw another of Dad's memories. I was in this one. Scott, too. We were home visiting. Dad told us about going through the Charon relay.
So you got your sense of exploration from your father?
We joked it was in our DNA.
Then that part of him lives on.
I'll let you get back to it.
I'll be here if you need me.
Let's see. Drac is not going to be there because he was in the back. The door's open anyway. What is beeping at me? Stop it. Okay. All right, let's see. Yeah, see, they're all... See, it doesn't really look like black. You know, we could go full bubble gum. Ooh. How about that, huh? Man, oh man. Oh, that's the camo. Yeah, get a better look on the back side. Well, there's not that many, actually. Let's go with that one. Pattern color. Yeah, I think black. Yeah, see, it's like the undergarment is black. Okay, do that, do that, do that. Let's see what it looks like when it's all black, which is for the most part. I wish you could change. I wish you could change the color of the lights. That would be great. Yeah, let's go with that. The Pepto-Bismol probably wasn't going to work all that great. All right, let's talk to Sam.
Pathfinder, I've retrieved actionable intel
Uh-oh.
from the security vid of Spender.
What did you find?
Updating your system with the nav point.
More, Knack, more. Okay, let's go down to the bottom, I guess. Start there. Okay, this sounds bad, kid. It's got to be Drac. Thought I'd show you what Strux sent me. A transcript of an audio log that's got me worried about the colony. Sounds like Morta's cooking up something. Don't know what to think. Morta says, stop arguing with me, Brink. It's payback time for the initiative. Brink says they don't care about us. Morta says, but they will. Soon, they're going to know that I'm Overlord, and once I execute my plan, there will be no denying that the Krogan rule Helios. Then they'll come begging to us. Brink says, okay, Morta, I'll get a team together, gather everything we need. Morta says, no Krogan bows down to the Nexus again. Fine, we'll go to the top. This is going to take me there anyway. Hey, two writer from Peebee. Okay, so the Angara have a place they call a repository of history. I know, sounds super dull. They need someone with more of a flair for naming things, huh? Next time you're running around, come see me there, will you? Well, we already did, kinda. Call me, the two writer from Reyes Vidal. Ryder, something interesting just fell into my lap. What's her name? Call me when you have a minute, Reyes. To Ryder from Avidus Rix, got a lead on Arknatanus. Ryder, I'm hearing rumors that scavengers found pieces of an Ark on a planet called Eladin. Might be nothing, but worth checking out. Avitus. To Ryder from Director Juran Tan. Aya diplomatic efforts. When we left our old home, we never planned on having to negotiate with an alien civilization for a new one. It's vital we placate the Angara and keep them on our side. They've opened an embassy on Aya, and our diplomatic team is already settling in. I'm counting on you to ensure our success. You've established ties with the resistance leader, the Moshai, and Aya's governor. Do all you can to learn everything about them and their supporters. The better we understand Aya's political structure, the more successful we'll be gaining their help colonizing Helios. Director Tan. Number 8. To Ryder from Sellers. In your debt. I wanted to thank you again for clearing my dear friend Sanjeev's name. Information doesn't always get disseminated on the Nexus. Guess our fearless leaders have too much to do, huh? Had I not run into you, I might never have known what had become of him. I am finally putting the revolts behind me and looking to the future. Yours. Sellers. Error 982. Oh, is this the fire starters or whatever they're called? The anti-AI. Carrier signal interrupted. Invitation to writer from unknown sender. Writer, I must be brief. But I hear my virus, yep, was a success and Sam is disconnected. Excellent news. We should talk in person. I've enclosed the nav point for our sanctuary on Kadara. The virus was only a first step. You could be a strong ally in future efforts. Knight, quote unquote. Please see me to Ryder from Captain Dunn. Uh-oh, do we have another one? Ryder, please see me on the Hyperion deck to discuss a sensitive matter. So we already did Contagion. I know there's another one that's kind of in that same vein. That might be what that one is. Something suspicious to Ryder from Sid. Dear Pathfinder, this is Kadara, Victor's sister, but everyone calls me Sid. I know this isn't following protocol because who am I to contact a Pathfinder through their personal console, right? But I know Vetra and will tell me I'm overreacting, and I swear I wouldn't do this unless I thought it was something serious. There's just stuff going on here that doesn't really add up, and people are getting hurt. It's hard to explain. Can we talk in person? I'm in operations. Thanks. Sid. Era. Nix. Turian. Another interview to Ryder from Carrie. Hello, Ryder. They're saying you just got back from Kadara Port. There isn't much official word from there or the exiles. Can you give me a few on-camera details? Carrie, I think we already had that conversation. You were right. To Ryder from Mildred Wamsis. You probably won't remember me, but I stopped you on the Nexus and bent your ear about the Angara on our station. You told me to get to know them, and I've done my best to. They seem thoughtful and worthy of our trust, so yeah, you should keep doing what you're doing. Good luck out there. I blame you. Forwarding this message, Gil. I hope you're well. Our time working together on Nexus was invigorating, and I'm sure you are invigorating your colleagues on the Tempest now. I envy them and your Pathfinder, but I suppose the work you're doing now and the pioneers you're supporting need and probably deserve to be invigorated more than the rest of us. Snip. It's probably that guy that wanted to go out with him. It drones on for 6 pages like that before he asked me, so I'd like to get a drink. I feel invigorated now, don't you? You're making waves. To Ryder from Reyes Vidal. Spread the word at Tartarus and in port of your expert handling of the Rokar. I only make a few embellishments and left out my involvement, of course. Wouldn't want to steal your spotlight. Reyes. About Kadara. See, this is what happens when you ignore your mails for a while. Hey, Ryder. One of my friends from Kadara sent a list of tips for surviving there. It's mostly common sense, but there are some gems. No one knows who the charlatan is. Asking's dangerous. Be really careful dealing with Sloane and anyone who works for her. Politics on Kadara are less about who's got the biggest stick and more about who's willing to use the sticks they have in creative ways. There's a hole in the wall in the slums that makes the best cup of quilloa. Do not mix quilloa with other stimulants, no matter what anyone says. Humans only. Don't ask Umi, the bartender, to surprise you. Vetra. Diplomatic meeting to Ryder from the Nexus Cultural Exchange. To Pathfinder Ryder. We are currently hosting the first Angaran ambassador to the Nexus, Issa de Navarre. Despite the importance of your duties, we hope your next return to the station will coincide with his visit. A cordial meeting between the Pathfinder to first reach Aya and the Angaran ambassador could set the tone for our relations in the future. Respectfully yours, Lana Tasafra, Chief of Staff, Nexus Cultural Exchange. To Ryder from Drac. Last time I was on Kadara, I met this Asari at Krala's who said she'd let me in on a little score. Apparently, there's this matriarch who came over on the Nexus, only she died in stasis. My contact says she's next in line for the old lady's credits. A lot of credits. And get this, she says she'll split them with me. Trouble is, there's red tape, transfer fees, and she's having trouble mustering up the credits to clear them. Asked me if I could cover the transfer cost. I tried to bring Vetra in on this, but she says it's a scam. I'm not so sure. Seems like a pretty good opportunity to me. Drac. It was a scam. Do me a favor and don't tell Vetra, okay? Sorry, Drac. Two Rexer from Lighty. Wow. Ryder from Lexi. Ryder, I appreciate you coming to find me on the Nexus. I apologize for running off like that. It was unprofessional and won't happen again. I don't know, man. It was unprofessional and it won't happen again. One day when things calm down, we should get drinks for real. Unwind like friends. Purely platonic, of course. Update on Jol. To Ryder from Lexi. Ryder, thought you should know. I spoke to Jol after some reflection. He seems to accept that the process of exaltation cannot be reversed. I apologize if I was harsh before. I can get a little passionate when it comes to patience and my professional opinion. I know you were only trying to help, and ultimately, we both just want what's best for the Tempest crew. I will continue to run tests and study the data you obtained from the Ket facility regarding exaltation, but right now, I must believe what the evidence tells me, which is that exaltation is permanent. Lexi, I hope that this next message is the one that I think it is. If it is, it's the best message in the whole game. Yep, that's what it is. Non-work related email from Jol to Ryder from Jol. Ryder, I told Liam and Peebee and Lexi a children's story that the mothers used to tell us when we were small. It's from our oral history of the time before the Scourge. The crew said I should write it down so that it can be added to the cultural center on the Nexus. It's The Wayward Child. Long ago, there was a child who was very stubborn and wouldn't listen to any wisdom, not from her father, nor her many mothers. One day, seeking adventure, she snuck aboard a starship with an unknown destination. That child was brave to seek adventure. However, she ended up getting spaced with a load of garbage. Deservedly, she froze in the cold vacuum in space and died. The end. I don't know why the crew enjoyed it. It's a terrible story meant to scare youngsters into obedience. Is this a novelty to your people? If so, how do you humans keep children from hurting themselves? We don't, Joel. It's part of growing up, man. Suvi's movie night snacks. To Ryder from Vetra. Ryder, that's the only one that I won't archive, is that one. Whatever Suvi's cooking up in the galley smells terrible. She says it's for a movie night? Good cause, bad choice of snacks. I can do better. Come see me and I'll show you. Yeah, we already had that conversation with Vetra. Okay. All right. Let's go up. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of stuff available to us now. Got spaced and died. The end. Okay. I don't think we have any. Oh, we got our pie jack. 2 to collect. 100 points of Milky Way. Acquired consumables delivery.
Better not go running off on Kadara. Might end up in another cage. Or someone's stew.
Okay, what's Peebee got? Anything?
I take it you moved your stuff over from the Nexus?
You know it.
Yeah, my squatter's paradise is all the more cluttered. What's up?
Is there more about Kalinda you want to share?
Back home, she was upper crust. An ambassador. Respected, living the high life, but miserable. Not built for royalty, she said. With her position, the initiative sought her out as a first contact specialist. First wave out of stasis.
Yeah, Brothers Grimm,
Kalinda
you're
was
right.
the one who got me thawed out early. I'm still grateful for that. But things went south soon. She hurt me. Pretty badly.
What happened?
Oh, let's not drum up that sob story. It's all water under the bridge.
Thanks for chatting. We'll talk again later.
You know it.
Oh, into the shadows, sneaking in the shadows. Hello, happy Friday. How are you? How's it going? It's awesome to see you. Okay, so what do we want to do? Do that.
Oh, we got a host. Welcome, everyone.
Thanks, Shadow, for the host. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very, very much appreciated. Meet with Rayless. Turncoat. Okay, wait for that. Wait for that. Tavaton. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll do some of these smaller things like this one and the one with Peebee. Peebee and Liam are both on Aya, so we can kill two birds with one stone there. We can do that. Then what we'll probably do is we'll come back to Kadara and do some more stuff with Reyes. I think probably sometime after break we'll do, I don't know, we'll probably do Korra's arc mission. Better snacks, beer run, the firefighters. Okay, let's go to let's go to Vold first. Have you started playing this? I don't remember if you've said or not.
Back towards Vold.
Well, we're glad you're back. We missed you too. Vold. Well, I mean, it is the farthest one away from the sun.
Beginning approach.
It's sun.
Vold orbit is steady.
100%. Gotcha. Yep. Okay, so we have the ability to do 4 weapons. I did not... Damn it, I did not do the research when I was doing the other stuff to upgrade the Piranha. Okay, backup life support. I wish it told you here how many you had. I mean, it doesn't even tell me here. It just tells me what I'm going to put in the slot. And all that's fine. Let's see, we're going to... Yeah, we'll keep these. I mean, we really didn't get any combat with them.
Approaching the LZ.
Get out your cold weather gear. Right. Well, hopefully the treatment went well. Okay, let's see. No, that's not why we're here. We're doing the, where is it? This one. That's the one we're doing. More, Knack, more. Where are we going? Wait a minute. Why are we going there? Oh no! You tumbled it. Oh, Rayless. Okay. Rayless is not here. We're looking for one of the kit. Maybe we're just gonna get the location from here.
Wow. I wonder how it works. Do you think they're adapted remnant tech?
Rylus?
That's me, yes. I'm Rylus. Wow. You really showed up.
He seemed thrilled. Honestly, it's nothing special.
Nothing special? You saved the Moshai from the Ket. And you destroyed that awful, awful place. Anyway, I should get to the point. Your raid on the Exaltation facility sent the Ket scrambling. They're trying to get their operations in order. Our scouts report increased Ket movement through certain areas of Vold. Not military, though. Science and research vessels.
Doesn't matter if they're science Ket, warrior Ket, janitorial Ket. They're all bad news.
Janitorial Ket.
Some of us were concerned they might be planning more Exaltation. Or putting more of our people through torturous study. We don't have the tech to break into their bases. But someone has to stop them.
You're talking to the right person. We always help our friends and allies.
I knew you'd help. I'll send the nav point immediately.
Okay. I need to consolidate those slots messages, like 3 of them. All of them with callouts. I don't think that's gonna work. Let's see, what do we got? Can we fast travel someplace a little closer? Let's go here. So technically, we really don't have to do anything. I know,
A
right?
job, you mean? Nope, not for me.
Everyone needs to eat. You must have done something.
I did a bunch of things. Scout, courier, shuttle mechanic, short order cook for a while, researcher. The week after that, I switched things up a little.
How did you ever commit to a 600-year intergalactic voyage?
Easy. It was new.
Brytus was right. This looks like a research outpost.
Why is it an invalid target? Fine. I'll shoot it. Why can't I target anything? Okie dokie. Yeah, and you thought I was charging a lot before, but we start getting this armor upgraded. Oh, this is the syringes.
There's a lot of organic material here.
Yeah.
Angara, Ket, something else.
Scans could tell us more, Pathfinder.
Get fusion armor level 4. CC, what do you mean CC? Discovered species, human. Initial observations. Soft skinned, so natural armor or no natural armor or protection. Oh, credit card, gotcha. Without technology, can only operate within a narrow range of environmental conditions. Genetically diverse, renowned for tenacity and adaptability. Exaltation phase shoo fly, go away. With the Angaran genome unraveled, we have begun the process of isolating the most valuable trait to augment the Ket. Bioelectrical discharge, isolated and reproduced. We have commenced the distribution of this ability among ascendants. Conversion of light to energy. Tricky, much more integrated into Angaran physiology, our current focus. Note, Angaran genetics complex, but elegant, lacking obsolete residual traits commonly found in evolved species, similar to Ket in certain ways. Oh, we got a recording, audio recording found. Would you like to access this file? Yes.
There is an audio log saved on this device, Pathfinder.
Ket? Let's get a translation, Sam.
Processing.
The Angaran genetic code that expresses this projection of a bioelectric field has been isolated. The process to integrate this into our own genome is ongoing. Early success is documented. Once complete, adaptation should be distributed to all ascendant in Helios. Ability may also prove useful as part of base soldier configurations. All research has been transmitted to the Empire.
Exaltation is not just about making more Ket. It's an exchange.
The Ket gets stronger while everyone else is annihilated.
There's bound to be more here. Let's keep moving.
Is this the same one? Yeah. Okay. Okay, discovered species, Krogan. Long-lived, large-muscled, hardy. Resistant to large range of environmental conditions, superfluous organs. Some evidence of chromosomal damage, not fully understood. Gee, I wonder what that is. Reiteration, large. Discovered species, Asari. Initial observations, extremely long-lived. Natural ability to create gravitational fields of some variety, not fully understood. Monogendered, precise method of reproduction, not fully understood. Important, rumored to be able to take in genetic traits of other species to improve theirs. Of great interest to Primus. Another log.
Another audio log detected.
Let's hear it.
Transmissions unacknowledged by homeworld. Possible breakdown in connection and information mishandled. Investigation ongoing. Logs to be updated shortly.
Things getting lost in the post. A universal problem.
I wonder if we can find the follow-up logs.
Which one is that? Unidentified. A liquid that may be blood or plasma, and something else with a molecular structure similar to keratin. Let's see, I thought there were 3 in here. There are 3 in here.
Cat genetics logged.
Ugh. It's these damn tiny ass syringes is what it is.
Scanned and recorded.
Ah, there it is. Nope. Where, oh where did the other syringe go? Is there another? I don't remember. It's not really something that you'll have to worry about. You don't really need that much of it, to be honest. Did I not scan that one before?
Pathfinder, these samples all contain the same genetic sequence. At first, it appears to be a familial connection, but the genome shows signs of modification. Evidence suggests the sequence was drawn from a single individual and incorporated into other cat.
The Archon.
Exaltation.
So does the Archon control the Ket because they see him as a progenitor? Or does his rank give him the privilege to propagate his genes like this?
A cultural question beyond my purview.
In any case, the stuff we found should be of great interest to the science team back on the Nexus.
God, what else can there be? I mean, we scanned everything. Apparently not, if it's still telling us to find. Unless it's outside. See, we did all the data pads. Yeah, but Mass Effect 1, I think it was what? You may have to refresh my memory if you know, Eldon. It's like 999,999,999 credits. There is a counter that you can break, if you want to call it that, or it won't give you any more. And I hit it every time I play the game. Alright, so it's inside. .9. Okay, yeah, I knew it was all 9s. I just forgot how much specifically. It's way more than you need. Put it that way. I don't know what I'm looking for. What am I looking for here? Oh, we didn't. Okay, we didn't read that long. Okay, never mind. Yes, you do. Oh my God, you find so much loot in Mass Effect 1. Holy crap. And it had such a bad inventory management system too. Ugh. Discovered species, Turian. Initial observations, carapace, metallic in nature, possibly protective. Dextroprotein-based synthesis. Agile, height and skeletal structure allow for increased reach and flexibility. There you go. Nice. Discovered species, Solarian. Initial observation, short-lived. Fragile, no natural armor or protection. High metabolism. Evidence of exceptional brain function.
All transmissions appear to have failed. Some of the team has suggested that this research is being prevented from leaving Helios. Troubling implications. Set aside for now. Taking steps to verify that primary communications are still active.
I'm picking up the nav point for another Ket station. Probably their primary communications.
If we take out that comm station, does that mean the Ket can't call home?
So I'm pouring some of my drink into the Yeti cup because it's not the stuff that's in the bottles room temperature now, so we gotta cool it down because Iceman. I don't know. You know, I usually only buy a couple of the N7, the Spectre armor or Spectre gear. I don't know that you really need to save money for anything because, like Eldon mentioned, you find so much stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Omnigel definitely for repairs on the Mako. Right? I think that's what that's for, yeah. Okay. Get communication station. Where is it? Oh, yes. It's the one that's out back behind the base. We went by there when we went into the base.
Home. Who's worried? The Lucinia's okay or it's not. Either way, not much I can do.
You don't care that thousands of your people are missing?
My people can figure it out. I've got Remnant to work on. This is the way to the Ket Command Center.
Yep. That's why we're going this way.
How long have the Angara been fighting the Ket? Must feel like forever.
I wish they would put the Nomad in Forza Horizon. That would be great. I mean, they've got the Master Chief Warthog, or the Halo Warthog, so.
This is the comm outpost we heard about from that Ket log on Vold.
So why not put this in there too? Tink, 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 tink. Ah, here we go. This is the place. Don't get stuck.
So much violence.
Combat music in this game is great. I love it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not going to say it this time. Oh, I thought I saw some kind of prompt for that. Oh, it must have been the cold temperatures. Yeah, I mentioned it the other day as far as the remnant decryption keys. I did the check the vendor, save, reload thing. I think I got like maybe 5 of them. They may have those every time. They didn't even have. Maybe they fixed it. They never had any Cobra RPGs, which was odd. Received from Central. Attention, Archon of Sector 1-19-NYKZ. Previous report was 39 cycles ago. Senate requires an update of progress within this sector. A reminder that all campaign leaders are expected to deliver reports once in every 15 standard cycles. Senate recognizes that presence of the Scourge phenomenon may be disruptive to communications. Take steps to circumvent this obstacle so that regular updates can resume. This is your second reminder of this nature. Please acknowledge receipt. Uh-oh.
The Archon's not the Ket Supreme leader. There's more like him all over Andromeda.
Mm-hmm. If they find a new species, they send information about it back home.
Oh no! I should have thought of that when we redeemed all the Apex HQ stuff. Pistols, Scorpion. Look at that weight of 18. Yeah, I mean, it does a hell of a lot of damage, but sandstorm. Like I said the other day, it's not a bad AR. The Revenant, baby. Woohoo! Piranha 2. Oh my god, I gotta upgrade that thing bad. Let's see. Got 3 Indras, so we can break 2 of them down. Let's see, what's our slots? Does it even tell us? 94 out of 100. Omniblade. We'll break down the dupes. And then potentially sell back. Anything that we really don't care about. AR barrel. That's 88. Let's see about armor. No, not points. Armor. Okay. All right, that should be enough for now. Get that Dahan. Hit with your first puzzle. Oh, and this game? This is essentially Sudoku. Those remnant puzzles. If you know how to do Sudoku, it's the same thing.
Archon commands block all transmissions of Angaran data to the Empire. He's in breach of protocol.
Wait, is the Archon going off book?
Uh-oh. Is he going rogue?
Communications. Only Archon is aware of shifting situation in Helios. If Archon's opinion is that protocols are not to our benefit, accept his wisdom. He is the Senate's voice in Helios and must be obeyed.
Someone's repeating the party line.
It sounds like the Kett are starting to question what the Archon's doing. If this continues, it might be good for all of us.
So, what's next?
There is likely nothing to be done, but conflicts between factions seldom resolve quietly.
Then we'll just have to keep an ear to the ground for now. With luck, something will happen.
Level up hype. Oh, okay. So that's all we can do here. But yeah, if you're not familiar with Sudoku, Shadows, I can briefly explain how those puzzles work. I mean, I've done them so many times. It's like, it's just, you know, the question is how much time do you want to spend doing them? Because they do, once you get later in the game, they're kind of immersion breaking because you got to spend so much time trying to solve them. Okay, so they're, like I said, they're basically Sudoku puzzles. So you've got your remnant symbols, right, in a grid. You got to do three things. I do three things to make sure that they're correct. It's just like Sudoku. Every row, you have to make sure the symbols in each row are unique in every position. Okay, going across. You also have to do the same thing going vertically. They have to be unique in any column. Also, there's one last piece to it. You'll notice in the puzzle layout, there's a border around certain sections of it. In addition to the horizontal and the vertical uniqueness, within each border, all of the pieces have to be unique. So those are the three things that you've got to do, or at least that I do, to solve those. And once you start doing the ones that are only like what, four pieces across and 4 pieces down, you'll see the pattern that I'm talking about, and you'll get used to it. And once you do, they're not that difficult at first, but as I mentioned a minute ago, they do get more difficult as the game goes. All right, so that's all we can do here. Okay. We're gonna go to Aya. We need to go to Aya and do... Yeah, we gotta do that one for sure. Yeah, I think there's like... I want to say there's 20-something puzzles in the entire game. There is... If you care about such things, and I'm guessing you're playing on Xbox, there is an achievement for completing them all without using any decryption keys. And I did that. Every playthrough I did, like the first 3 times, maybe 4 times. But, you know, at that point, it's like, man, I've done this so many times already. I'm just going to start buying the keys. Especially for the later ones. The ones at the beginning of the game, once you know how they work, they don't take that long to solve. Okay, day out on Aya. But, and I also know that, I assume that you also have to deal with chemo brain like Miss B does after her treatment, so it might be difficult for you to try and do those right now. Which is completely understandable. Uh-oh, did I go to the right place? Yeah, I did. Oh, we got to talk to the envoys and stuff too. I know. Eldon, I don't know if you've tried like the last couple of them that are in the game when you're getting really, really late in the game. Oh my God. I remember like the first couple times I did those. Holy crap. I swear to you, it probably took me 15 to 20 minutes to do each one of those. Wow. Okay. Let's go here. Talk to Liam. Oops. Where is... Ah, here it is. I don't know which one would be easier to get to him from there. Yeah, blanket burrito. Pyropo. Let's go to the boar.
Good to be back here. Ready to hit those scans?
What am I looking for?
Moran called out supplies that may have useful properties for our tech. Just need to get Sam's eye on them. Take a stroll. Enjoy the market. Nav sent.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that in one of the previous streams.
Whatever you're making, I have something to help.
Hey, Alexei. I tracked down some samples of the Angaran. Not today, Nexus. We're talking about.
Liam?
God damn it.
What's going on?
Nothing to worry about. Just come grab a table with me.
Can't wait to test its applications. Thank you very much, Petra.
Anything for the woman who keeps us healthy.
Well, there's somebody that appreciates her other than Sarah.
Pathfinder, you're good here. We'll worry about the data another time.
Liam, what's going on?
I, figured we should end up somewhere nice and open. You were being cased.
If someone wants trouble, I'm not afraid to give it to them.
Ruling in the market won't help. I don't blame them for being angry. I wanted to get data that would help yields at our outposts. Baran told me what to scan, but I called it off. I still owe her, but it's better than pissing off some gouging hardliner. Sorry I didn't clue you in. It's a security thing. Food is security.
Was this an attempt to copy their methods? Steal secrets?
We're not competing companies. It's about learning to live here. Remember my Tempest freakout? I tried proper channels. Got blocked by the Angara and the Nexus. There's only so much Jar can tell us, so I did what we do back in crisis response. Bend the rules.
Liam, I deserve better than having this sprung on me mid-market.
You're right, of course, you're right. And the Angara are right too. The last people who showed up out of the blue were the Ket, the ultimate users. I don't want us getting lumped in with them, and I really, really don't want to ruin the market. Street food and shooting the shit with you? Feels normal. About time something did.
Let's not push our luck. We'll save the market for another day.
Good idea, Pathfinder. We've enough trouble, and probably more coming.
Yeah, thanks, Liam. Okay, Peebee! It's Peebee time! Where is she? No, it's not that one. It's the other one. Whoa, whoa. The controller's going nuts on me. Whoa, calm down there. Okay, secret project. No, no, we don't actually have Puck yet. Sam. There it is. There it is. Let's see. And we've got the ambassador or whatever to talk to here too.
Not now. I'm calculating the antioxidant content of this irrigation system.
Okay. See you later. Oh God, that's right. This is Phoebe's drunk.
Getting acquainted with our new neighbors?
Sort of. All this stuff. The Angara sure do have a rich culture and blah, blah, blah.
I didn't get to the Citadel in 4 hours.
You're sauced, aren't you? What's your poison?
I visited that cafe the Angara consider a bar. Asked for their hardest stuff. It was weird, which I like, but had almost no punch. Lightweight. Whoa.
Steady now?
That stuff must have a slow absorption rate. Whoops. Oh, writer. It's just... This museum reminds me of being on Haitiana during my indentured service as a student. They even have a whole section on the Remnant. I didn't come to Andromeda to follow in someone else's footsteps.
Don't worry, Peebee. The Angara barely have a foothold. Sure, they live among the ruins, but they haven't seen what we've already seen.
You might have a point there. Bet nobody here has ever outrun an ancient vault purification field, huh?
Nope.
Or spat in that Archon's ugly mug and lived to talk about it? That was nice work, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're right. Not
Commander,
sure why, but
nice
ever
work
since
out
I packed up my apartment on the Nexus, something's crawled under my skin. But whatever it is, I promise, I'll get over it lickety-split.
You're fine, Peebee. We all need to cut loose once in a while.
That's awfully understanding of you, Ryder. You're a good egg. Think I'll stay in your operation a little while longer.
Okay, we did that. Oh, hey. Hollow of the Tempest, translated from Shalesh, on day 45 of Revolution 826. The ship known as the Tempest landed on Aya, and our people made first contact with sentient life from another galaxy, a human called Pathfinder Ryder. Let's do a roulette wheel here. Oh, that's right. We can turn this one in to Avela since we're literally right here.
Did you look at the internal structure?
I couldn't even get it open. It locked me out.
So I was right. It is Remnant.
I just like listening to her talk for some reason.
Welcome to my favorite place in the galaxy. Hello, Pathfinder. Any good news for me?
Is this Angaran? I found it on one of your homeworlds.
Son above. It's an ancient Ravan, a musical instrument. It uses Angara's body energy to produce music. We have them now, but nothing is beautiful. The songs it played were probably lost long ago. How much culture have we forgotten? Art, music, stories, it's all gone.
I can't imagine losing everything that way.
You left your culture behind. This isn't much different. In any case, relics like this help us.
I'll come back when I have something.
Stars guide your travels.
Okay. We clean up a lot of stuff. Yeah, you know what? That's probably the largest gamble pretty much everybody makes, right? And as we all know, it doesn't always work out. Yeah, okay, firefighters on Kadara. Meet Sid on the Nexus. Are we done here? Vold and Eladin. I don't want to open that up yet. Not until we go there to okay, what about here? Caches. What time is this? 7:45. Place the receiver. Lost brother. Speak with Carrie about Kadara. All right, let's go. We'll go back to the Nexus and clean up some stuff there. And then it'll probably be about break time then. And when we come back from break, we'll go back to Kadara and do some more of the stuff with Reyes. But I do want to try and get... Chorus mission in tonight. Maybe she'll actually say Huntress. You better get your drinks ready. Just in case. Yep, there you go. Get it ready. Whether it's coffee, water, soft drinks, whatever. Juice.
Ryder, Liam's looking for you.
Ryder. Oh, that must be...
You have new email at your terminal.
It must be Must be Liam's. Ah, damn it, we didn't talk to them. All right, never mind. We're going to talk to them. It's a task. That's why I keep forgetting about the tasks. Sorry. Psych. Gotcha. Journal tasks. Kadara port. We know about that one. We need to talk to. There it is. There's a little bit of conversation here, as I recall. So, like I said, that should take us to break.
Sun-ripened fruit. Take advantage of a rare surplus.
Riala.
Ambassador, I trust our people had a smooth transition to Aya.
The Angara have been gracious. Everything's going well.
Good. Keep me updated. 10 out.
I've never lied to a director before.
It's okay, it's Tan.
It's a pleasure. I'm Ambassador Riala, Chief Diplomat for the Initiative on Aya. I was removed from Cryo specifically for this. Quite the wake-up call.
I assume you're trained for first contact diplomacy.
I'm a social anthropologist with a linguistics background. Close enough for Director Tan. I hear you're to thank for our new ties with Aya. This is our best shot at an alliance. Now we just need to keep our people from wrecking it, no matter how hard they try.
Is anybody surprised?
I'm not going to like this, am I?
No more than I do. A Solarian botanist named Sorvis
We talked to him.
here, learning how to improve our crops. He sent an urgent comm, saying a member of the Angaran resistance had threatened him.
What happened?
I'm not sure. Sorvis is an excellent scientist, but not the best communicator. I'm concerned this could escalate if someone doesn't look into it, but I don't have the staff to spare.
Ask the Angara for help.
I can go settle things. I'm a friendly face for both sides.
That would be helpful. With any luck, we can prevent this from getting worse.
What's our end goal for Aya?
A strong alliance is all we can ask for. It's what we're working toward. Helios is the Angara's home. They dictate the terms of this partnership, not us. We need them as allies, and they could benefit from us. But we have to tread lightly.
Show them we're not invaders.
Historically, when two civilizations meet, one consumes or destroys the other. We need to break that cycle.
How many of our people have they let into the city?
A strictly limited number, and only certain professions. Scientists, engineers, and scholars. The Angara have agreed to allow some of our people to work in Aya's research facilities.
That's huge.
It's more than I expected. Tan wants me to push for social visits, but I'm holding my ground.
Yeah.
We need to move at their pace.
Yep.
They've been extraordinarily gracious, all things considered. I'll take whatever.
It's their planet. I know, it's like...
Aside from Sorvis Len,
apparently
is
not.
everything okay?
No screening whatsoever.
Actually, yes. Director Tan gave me a project. He wants more Aya natives to live on the Nexus. He thinks it will deepen our partnership. A few Angara expressed interest, but none of them will agree to live on the Nexus without speaking to you first.
Why me?
After what you've accomplished? I didn't want to bother you, but you asked. I'll point you towards the candidates. If you could convince them to transfer, I'd be grateful.
That's all for now.
I'm here if you need anything.
The Vesaal. All right, we'll go ahead and activate that one. We'll do... It's actually 2, right? We've got to do that one as separate. But we'll do both of those here. Then we'll go back to Kadara. I promise. I promise we will. Yeah, Nexus exchange. Okay. As soon as that time's out, there we go. Okay, break time. Let me grab a save just in case. Get up and go to the restroom. Go check my mail. Stretch my legs. The usual things. Okay, well, there was a firmware update for the mixer today, so looks like there have been no issues. So that is definitely good. Now we just need the stream deck. We lost power here today for about 10 minutes. We had really, really, really high winds this afternoon, and apparently that was enough to knock it out for about 10 minutes. Okay, let's see. Break time. Let's see. What are we going to do here? Let's do number 4. 10 minutes and 39 seconds. Let me go do all my stuff. I'll be refreshed, and we'll continue when I get back. Thank you for coming out tonight, guys. I appreciate it very much. Break time. All right. We are back. Let's continue with our Solarian friend. Let's go this way. Yeah, talking about the weather when I went out to check the mail. A few clouds, but other than that, it's pretty nice outside right now. Here he is.
I can't work under these conditions. What does it take to be left alone?
Ambassador Rialis sent me to check on you. You reported that someone in the Resistance threatened you. Tell me exactly what happened.
I didn't know Riala was sending the Pathfinder. I deserve no less, of course. I was measuring the photonic dispersal from the canopies when some random brute interrupted me. I asked him to move, and he got nasty. Said it was my fault his friend was dead. Ridiculous.
Do you know what he meant by that?
He ranted nonsense about a vessel and selling slots to outsiders. He got right up in my face and compared me to a ket. He wanted to kill me. I could see it in his eyes. The whole conversation made no sense. I think he was inebriated.
Sounds like there's more to this. Don't suppose you caught his name?
Didn't ask, didn't want it, didn't need it. When he left, I tagged him with infrared dye from my sample kit. Invisible to the naked eye, but not to a scanner.
I'll scan people around the Resistance headquarters, see if I find him.
You're supposed to represent our interests on Aya. Go, represent. I have work to do.
What a stuck-up, self-righteous jerk. Let's just call it what it is. Oh, that's not too suspicious. Just walks around scanning everything and everyone. Where's the, you have to talk to the AI again. Oh.
How do I decontaminate?
Over to the decon station.
Console. Touch the start pad, it does the rest.
I detect the infrared dye Sorvis Len used to mark the person who threatened him.
That's our man.
I know why you're here. The botanist. You want an apology for what I said to him.
I only have one side of the story. Tell me yours.
It's hard to explain.
Try me?
Aya isn't big enough to give everyone a home. We each live here a short time and then move on. For someone to come, another must go. The exchanges are chosen at random. We call this arrangement the Vesaal, time of change. It worked well, until now.
The Vesaal never accounted for outsiders living on Aya.
There's only so much room. When our leaders agreed to make a place for your people here, it came with a cost. My friend won a place on Aya, but he sold that slot so one of you could stay here instead.
Sold it how? What did he get?
Comforts for his family, resources to improve their home on Haval. He always put others before himself. That's how he died, fighting Ket on Vold. When I found out, I was angry. Said things to your botanist I shouldn't have, but I'd never hurt your people.
He thinks you want him dead. Tell him what you just told me, and let's move on.
Thought I was clear the first time. Maybe his translator malfunctioned.
I'll talk to our ambassador, see if we can minimize our impact on your Vesaal.
We don't expect things to be easy. Only that you understand, nothing is free for us.
Nothing is free for us. It's amazing. Vetra is always in the market. Every time.
Good to see you. Any news on what happened to Sorvis Len?
Do you know about the Vesaal? The Angaran lottery that decides who gets to live on Aya.
I've heard of it. Why?
Angara are selling their slots to come here so our people can stay in their place. Including a member of the Angaran resistance. He was killed on Vold. Wouldn't have happened if he'd been here.
Yep, wheeling and dealing, you got it.
This arrangement. Well, we have to do something.
Interesting.
If we reward the Angara for their sacrifice, maybe they won't resent our being here.
And we can ensure their survivors receive compensation in situations like this. Thank you, Pathfinder. I'll forward your proposal to Director 10 immediately.
That's all for now.
I'm here if you need anything.
Sandwich? A beer? A nap. What do you got for that? Alright, where was the other one? What was it called? Nexus Exchange, I think, something like that. Excuse me. Where is it? Additional, there it is. Making friends and influencing people.
Avela's getting restless.
What do you expect? She used to crawl through cat-infested rooms.
Pathfinder, Ambassador Riala didn't think you'd have time for me.
She said you needed to talk before agreeing to live on the Nexus.
This is the opportunity of a lifetime. I'm an anthropologist, but I've only ever studied my own people.
Perfect.
I've heard the Nexus is home to multiple species and cultures. It will be fascinating and possibly dangerous.
All of the above.
Bacteria, viruses, other contaminants. My family worries about me. Are you sure I'll be safe?
We'll take every precaution, but entering an alien environment is always a risk.
I appreciate your honesty, and so will my family. I'll convince them to let me go. Thank you.
Not that it's that hard. I mean, let's be honest. Whoa, hey, whoa, what are you guys doing back there? Throw some water on those two.
You're one of Ambassador Riala's candidates to live on the Nexus.
I am. Glad you finally showed up. Let's get down to it. I've lived my whole life wanting to meet aliens who didn't want me dead. But my family's here. How can I stay in touch with them from the Nexus?
You can send messages, talk to them on the comm. We'll even arrange a visit.
You get it. All right. I'm in.
Fresh paracord.
Parapo. Every time we come through here, she's talking about the Parapo. Oh wow, this is guys all the way in the back by the shuttles they're working on. Sorry, person. Don't remember whether it's male or female. We do also have that side mission over there. We'll probably pick that up after we're done here. Snacks. Yes, it's all about the
Reala said you're
snacks.
thinking of moving to the Nexus.
Pathfinder, I'm honored even to be considered for the transfer. But I won't be happy as just an observer. I need to work. I engineer power systems. Will I be allowed employment alongside your people?
That's the whole point of this exchange. The Nexus needs people like you.
That's all I needed to hear. I'll have your ambassador start the transfer. Thank you.
Oops. You tumbled it. As it goes, our Vaxis, happy Friday. You can always immediately start another game. The first piece is always free. You will never topple it with the first piece. Merixus.
Honor to meet you, Pathfinder. Initiative Pilot Merixus. I run supplies to your outposts.
What brings you to Aya?
Your survival supplies only Aya has.
I'm sorry. Sorry, we ruined your day.
I understand their caution, but the outposts need these supplies. I have to get them, now.
They let me into the city. I can help.
I appreciate that. To start, EOS needs a way to produce food to support population growth. They've requested quilloa seeds to begin their own crops. There's an agricultural scientist who might sell some.
I'll make sure to get those seeds.
Vol's power grid is lagging without proper solar input. The solar amplifier would give them a boost. The solar technicians here may have the required parts.
I'll see what I can find.
Okay, going shopping. Over to the markets. Oh, we gonna get more Parapo? We need to have the Parapo drinking game too, I guess.
Unripened fruit. Take advantage of a rare surplus.
Oh. I am disappointed.
Weird question. You don't have any quilloa seeds, do you?
Yes, I do. Need some?
I do. Wow, 237? If you'll take my salvage. Yes. You take my junk off my hands. What else was it? We needed the I needed the power supply, right? Power inverter, power supply, something.
You work on the solar panels. Do you have an amplifier for solar energy?
Nothing as big as these, but I have a smaller one on hand. Do you need it?
Okay. Welcome to the Instacart portion of our stream, where we do the shopping for you. Pathfinder. Oh, the watch time. The watch time should be working, by the way.
I found quilloa seeds for Eos. Is this enough?
It's perfect. I'll make sure Eos gets them.
Yay. Okay, what about the solar amplifier?
Here, I found the solar amplifier for Vold.
They'll be happy to see this. No more power outages. Thank you, Pathfinder.
$5 months, 1 week, 3 days, 19 hours, and 5 minutes. Five years of streaming will do that for you. All right, so next story mission is that we need to go back to Kadara. Do we? All right, we got to call him on the comms, I suppose. Excuse me. Maybe I should put the maybe I should
Liam's looking for you.
put the hours on there too. I've been watching for X number of hours, which is the equivalent of all of that. Hopefully it's even correct. All right, we're done on Aya, at least for now. Okay, hunting the Archon. Uh-oh. Let's see. Kadara. Going to Kadara. Gavorkum. As a reminder for those of you that may not have been here for a while, we're now streaming. Our Saturday streams now start at 10 in the morning Eastern time. Still 4 hours, but we're starting at no, give me that back. Exit. That's it. Let's go call race. And we should probably talk to Liam too.
Prepping VidCon communications.
Ryder. How's my favorite Pathfinder?
Suvi said you called about something important.
Thought you could use a night off. Sloane's holding a get-together for the locals. I managed to snag an invite. Care to be my +1?
My +1?
Sloane doesn't seem like the party type.
She sees these events as a necessary evil to keep the people happy.
Oh, wonder what happens if you... Does it actually skip it if you try to pass?
I'd never say no to free drinks.
Especially from Sloane's reserve. I'll meet you outside Outcast HQ.
Okay. Oh.
You always look hungry.
Hey, Drac. Devil's advocate, okay?
Go for it.
With the Ket entrenched here and things as they are, maybe we should focus our efforts on leaving this cluster.
You mean quit? Run away?
Well, we came to find a new home, not a new enemy, right?
We knew this was a possible scenario, and we took the jump anyway.
What she said.
Did you really expect Drac to say anything different? Oh, the door's closed. That means cutscene. Uh-oh.
Something's nesting here. Something that likes cereal.
The
I
visitor?
wonder. We've probably got materials to build a humane trap and catch it.
Yeah.
Mayor Bradley, Augie.
Something I should know about?
Hey, I was just... How you doing? I'm... Great, just, yeah, I told you I screwed up, and I have. Remember Varand? Contacting the Angara?
Yeah.
She's gone. The whole group is gone. Sudden. So, yeah, up for a rescue? Because if we don't, we could be next.
You seem pretty sure this is your fault, but I'm not hearing why.
Yeah, because I gave Varand Nexus data and nav points.
Why would you do that?
We need to know how to live here. I tried asking. I tried taking. No one would help outsiders. So I took initiative. Gave her data and tech so she could mod it. Varand was... She is a good risk. But if pirates interrogate her or barter her to the Ket, it's our heads.
Why didn't you alert everyone immediately?
If they have her info, they have our comms. The Nexus goes on alert, they'll know. Varand's people are tough. They'd have fought if they thought there was a chance. Something made them think there wasn't. I won't risk that. Bad enough I have to involve you. Like I said, I screwed up.
This goes south. You're on the hook for it.
I know, and I'll fix it. I got a lead from a trader. A grainy visual. We find that system, we find our bad guys. I also asked Bradley for people to help intercept. I thought they might want to pitch in.
How are a bunch of settlers supposed to help?
That's what he said. We're on our own. I'll forward the visual to the bridge
Surprise!
when you want to start hunting. And... sorry.
Oh, Liam. Everybody, every group, every team's got to have one. Okay. Her door is closed. No, it's not. Okay, so we need to build the trap. While we're here, and I also need to research an upgrade on the Piranha too. Let's see, weapons. Piranha, level 5. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be the same. It's every 10 levels. 80. What am I at now? 2. I think we can go ahead and make one. Piranha 5. Did I have the mats? Oh yeah. Okay, slots. Yeah, see, there you go. Double mod extension. We'll save. We probably won't. We'll save it for later. We'll just do one here. Seeking plasma. Weapons, the shields, anti-armor, 5% bonus. And we'll do anti-armor. We'll try that. let's see. We have to do the. Did we do the other one? Special project. Trap. Okay. No, where? The heck is it? Just went through there, right? Liam. Additional tasks. Where is the visitor? Okay. Ah, there we go. Its lair makes it sound like it's a monster.
One trap ready for a visitor. I'll leave it and see what we get.
Okay. All right, back to Kadara we go. Get the snacks first, then we'll go talk to Mr. Vidal.
Now orbiting Kadara.
You do the beer run, the beer run 1-2. I think that was the same. Was that the two guys that were standing over the dead body? Or is that another pair? I thought it was a pair of people. Where did we get that stuff from?
All right, what's next?
Perhaps we should check in with Kitus. Can't hurt to try being friendly with the outcasts.
Here, something happened. Back again? Excellent.
Back again? Hey, hey, hey. Hello, ducks. Happy Friday. We're looking for snacks. Give me 1 second, please. There they are. 9 credits. A large bag of popcorn and a container of Graxon, popular snacks from the Milky Way. There is a side mission in the game. Yes, snacks. Where one of the crew members decides that a good thing for the crew to do would be to have a movie night. So we essentially get a list of catalog of the movies from the hub, and then each crew member has a contribution of something that you have to go retrieve for the movie night, and it's actually when it culminates in actually the movie night thing, and it's actually one of the better side missions. All right, for those of y'all that don't know ducks,
shout out.
Don't fight ducks, please. Don't fight ducks. I don't remember what it is, to be honest with you. Eldon may remember. It's been a while since it's been like 3 years since I played this. Those of you that don't know, don't fight ducks. Super awesome person and a great streamer too. Friend of the channel. Do yourself a favor and go check them out. When is your next stream? I don't have you. I should know. I know one of the games they're playing through right now is Stardew, first time. And I know Miss B did that last night. I don't know if she's played it before or not, but maybe it's going around, as it were. Yeah, see, this is the silly stuff, you know, return the snacks to Vetra on the Tempest. But she's gonna be here somewhere. So you gotta go all the way to you gotta go to the Nexus, you gotta go into orbit, and then give them to her, and then if you're not going anywhere else, then you gotta come right back down here. So it's kinda silly in a way. Yeah, so we've got, let's do this one, I guess. Sonic Sunday. Yeah, I heard you mentioning that. Yep. I have played a little bit of some of the Sonic games, but not much.
It appears festivities are underway. Mr. Vidal asked you to meet him at the entrance.
Okay, we're here. But do yourself a favor and please check out Ducks and his streams, and if you like what you see,
hold up.
Do that follow thing.
Event.
Name's Ryder. Human Pathfinder. I'm kind of a big deal.
There's no Ryder.
Kind of a big deal.
She's with me. Reyes Vidal.
Go on in.
Go on in. Before it came out, but afterwards, not so much.
Reyes Vidal. I was beginning to think you wouldn't show.
Remember what I said about fashionably late?
Shh. Introduce me to your companion.
Pathfinder, meet Kima Dorgan, the Angaran representative to Sloan, and a friend.
Reyes has friends?
I didn't think Reyes had friends, only contacts and colleagues.
Oh, I'm those as well. Who do you think secured him an invitation to this event?
Oh, wow, really?
Sorry to cut this
Ouch.
short, but I need to take care of something.
Abandoning me already?
It won't take long. There are important players here tonight. You should mingle, make a good impression.
Don't do anything to get us kicked out, please.
I won't ruin your fun. Promise.
And there he goes.
Any idea what he's up to?
Bye-bye.
It's better not to worry about what Reyes does. Enjoy the party.
The party. Mingle. Oh, hey, it's Kitus. What up?
Crashing parties now, Ryder.
I'm here with a friend.
Mysteriously absent friend. Just keep a low profile. Sloan's already gonna give me hell.
Let's see. I think there's something in here that's humorous, if I remember right. Personal log, Shalazia Rorna. New entry. First official day as an outcast. Supposed to meet with Kitus in an hour. Zepha says he's a major hard ass, but he was nice enough during my recruitment. For a Turian anyway. I'll just make sure not to be late. Update. Never mind. They were right. Major hard ass. Oh, the gambler. Is this the one?
You playing a game?
Trying to. This idiot can't decide on evens or odds.
You look lucky. Which should I choose?
Go evens.
Okay, evens.
Congratulations.
Holy shit. I won! I actually won!
Don't spend it all in one place.
He didn't do anything but put up the money.
Rough night?
Said something I shouldn't have. To a woman.
Oh, no, this guy.
Angaran. Been planning tonight for weeks. Filed my talons, buffed my fringe. Only to screw up not 2 seconds after walking through the door.
Whatever you did, I'm sure you can fix it.
You don't know what I said. Nola has a sister. I may have compared the two of them. I thought if I made Nola jealous...
Yep. You're screwed.
I think it's safe to say she's done with you. And I can't blame her.
We'll save Sloan for last.
Good to see you again, Pathfinder.
It's only been like 2 minutes.
Have you seen Reyes?
No, but I'm sure he'll be back soon.
I hope these pirates haven't given you a bad view of my people.
Don't worry, Ryder. I judge individuals, not groups. You, for example, I like. Not sure about who you work for, but I've learned to keep my options open.
You never know who might end up in charge.
Exactly.
Are you part of the Resistance?
No. Efra and I share information, but Kadara's problems come first. If war breaks out between the Collective and the Outcasts, it will be my people who suffer.
How did you meet Reyes?
The only way anyone meets Reyes Vidal. Through business. His skills are very valuable in Kadara Port.
What's it mean to be an Angaran representative to Sloan?
Sloan relies on me to provide an Angaran perspective.
Does she listen to you?
Only in extreme cases. She makes a show of being pro-Angaran, but her priority is the Outcasts.
Yep.
She throws these parties to mollify my people. It won't work forever.
Nice talking to you, Kima.
Likewise, Pathfinder.
Good guy over there still celebrating. Woo! I did it!
Pathfinder, what an unexpected surprise.
Sloan, what gives? I thought we were friends.
I'm glad we cleared up that misunderstanding.
Shots later?
No.
Reyes, where are you?
No answer, but I believe he headed to one of the side rooms when we arrived, Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Let's see what he's up to.
Damn it. Why can't the serial numbers be in the same spot?
Please step away from the crates.
Whatever you're doing, it stops now.
Ryder, it's not what it looks like.
So you didn't use me as a distraction to go through Sloan's stuff?
Okay, yes. But it's for both our benefit. I
You've
promise.
been making a lot of promises.
Shit, someone's coming. We need a distraction.
Sorry. My friend had a bit too much to drink.
If you're trying to romance Reyes, I think the prompt is to kiss
Hey,
him
it
instead.
Next time, I come up with the plan.
Finally. Here it is.
That's what this was all about? Whiskey?
The only bottle of Mount Milgrom in Andromeda. Triple distilled and 645 years old. This isn't
There is
whiskey.
no way that that is still good after 645 years.
I hope you're planning on sharing.
Huh. We'll see. Let's get out of here.
On the rooftops.
Gorgeous, isn't it? I sometimes forget. Is Andromeda everything you hoped it would be?
I knew things wouldn't be easy, but this is more than I signed up for. What about you? Why did you come here, Reyes?
To be someone.
That sounded surprisingly genuine, coming from you.
I'm always genuine, Ryder. In my own way.
Okay, that's over. Now we've got this one. No. Let's see, where's the Helios? Kadara. There we go. Outcast leadership.
No funny bit.
I have a proposal for you if you're interested. You've handled your fair share of Ket. Hard to get far in Andromeda without running into them.
Yes, and?
When Sloane took over, she slaughtered the Ket who were here. There were mass executions, public. So people would know that Kadara was Ket-free. But there have been rumors of stragglers in the Badlands. If the tales are true, they need to go.
You said Sloane killed the cat here. What happened?
The Ket had the port locked down when we arrived. They were shipping Angaran off for who knows what. People were scared, but the place had potential. So we fought the Ket for it, and we won. You saw the decorations outside. That's Sloane making sure everyone
Literally
knows
heads
she's
on
the
a
new
pike.
power.
What exactly are the rumors about the cat?
Ambushes, people disappearing, vehicles sabotaged, picked clean for parts. Could be feral local wildlife, sinkholes, Angara bullshit, but there's enough people saying Ket.
I'll think about checking out the Badlands.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Your numbers don't match up.
No funny.
I'd still, I mean, I know they pretty much shut it down pretty quickly after it didn't do well at launch, but it still blows my mind that the doors open on Kadara so much slower than everywhere else. All right, let's pick a crew. Who do we want? It is up to you. Let's see, mods. Take those out. And shotguns, the Piranha 5. Okay. No, I don't. No, don't do that. No. Shotgun barrel plus 12 to damage. We'll do that. Heavy spare clip. Penetration damage. I don't know why it does. This is so awkward. Let's try that. All right. Let's see. Who can we take? We took... let's do Jal and Liam. Cora and the Krogan. Okay, we can do that. No, it's cool. It's cool. No worries. I do. So you want Jal and Liam instead? All right. Hey, they're the same height. I haven't. We need to check skill points. We haven't done that in a while. I don't know how many times we've leveled up tonight. At least once. That's 6. I'm just letting the game do it for them. Let's see, for Sarah. Combat. Shotguns are maxed out. Combat fitness is maxed out. It's all biotics, baby. Let's see, get her last containment. Biotic area of effect, radius, and force. 40% more force on the charge. It's like when she was talking to Archon, or not Archon, the Cardinal, right? I am gonna fuck your shit up.
Even the water is like a festering wound that no medicine can heal.
Should I send you back to the Tempest?
Is that an option?
Nice. I know, right? Especially now that we've got the remnant armor. It's only level 5 only. It should be at least a little closer. Ouch.
Trade you a hustle. It's a Kari, and we don't just hand them out.
I own mine, so I can share it.
I earned mine, so I could keep it.
And remember, these two were... They seemed to... Oh, here we go again. They seemed to get along pretty well at the beginning of the game, right? Where they were... in purposely insulting each other. For diplomatic reasons. To help with the diplomacy stuff. Let's go.
Anyone know some good shanties? I could pull a parrot out of my ass.
Liam? No, just no.
I have never heard that one. Oh my god. Pull some shanties out of my ass. Liam, no. Just no. Yeah, just no.
Who's there? Hamash, is that you?
Don't talk. We'll get you back to town.
No, I can't move. It's too late. I just want to rest.
Don't lose hope, brother.
Can you tell me what happened?
It was the Ket. Took us by surprise. They killed everyone. John lasted the longest. They didn't know I was still alive. I saw them raiding our packs. Then they took off into the hills.
What's in the hills? Is there a Ket base there?
There's nothing in the hills. We've never heard of a base. Sloan says Kadara is free of Kets.
What did the Ket take from you?
I don't know. Supplies, weapons, scavenged ship parts.
I'll leave you to rest.
Thank you. I wish.
Kaitis, it's Ryder. Your Ket rumors have weight. Just found a caravan they attacked.
Damn it. Really thought we got them all.
One of the wounded said they headed for the hills. I'm going to check it out.
I'll search too. Grabbing a shuttle now.
No, it can't be here. We gotta go to, like we did with Contagion, we gotta go to another spot to scan.
You were in law enforcement? Not for long. Or long enough, depending on who you ask.
So, you were bad at it?
No. I wanted to make things better for people. And there were too many obstacles.
You wanted to make things better, so you left? That sounds like you were bad at it.
Whoa, Liam just dropped out of the sky.
Ket tracks. They're leading up into those hills.
You want to see two people that don't get along? Bring Vetra and Liam with you. Oh boy.
Got them all.
Yes, we did. There were none. All right, come on, don't be so damn picky. Yeah, we did it one night a couple of nights ago. It might have been the night you were you took your niece to the
Ket tracks. We're going the right way.
to a function or something, I think. Whenever that was, I think that might have been one of the nights where we had them two together. out the laptop for your brother. Something like that.
More tracks. Can't be far now.
Yeah, and it's not the first time.
That cave is not a bad hideout. Could be where the Kett are holed up.
Kaitis, think I found something. Sending the nav point.
Okay, flip over to the there we go. Flip over to the so I can see mode.
Impatient, are we?
Sloan, I wasn't expecting you.
She wouldn't take no for an answer.
I'm not about to let someone else fight my battles. Especially an initiative lapdog.
You don't want me here? Take it up with Kaitis.
Oh, I will.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Personal space here.
Let's get this over with.
You're such a grump when you're worried.
Every second you're gone from the port is an opportunity for the collective. The Pathfinder and I can have...
What was that?
They know we're here.
Rocks.
Get ready.
Oh, should we go for the big guy? One of my favorite pairs, and you guys have heard me say this before, is Peebee and Drac always seem to have good conversations too. I guess it's the whole, you know, young versus old type of thing. Incendiary ammo, not that we really use any of that stuff. See, that doesn't look like the... That's not the seeking plasma. Oh, that's because she's... Oh, I took the mods out of the original one, but didn't actually switch the weapon. You doof! Well, it's a good thing I'm such a badass biotic then, I guess. I don't need a weapon. I am the weapon.
Let's get rid of the bodies.
Covering your
Wouldn't
track.
want anyone to know you had Kett hiding under your noses.
Your discretion is appreciated.
Yeah, we need to make sure that the we have the right weapon. Talk to Kaitis on the way out. No? You missed everything. We finished the game, and we're on a new game plus already. I need to go here, like right now.
My family was pretty secular. No ritual. It was just about being together.
Odd. Sounds like our most important ones.
Select shotguns. There we go. That's the right one. There we go. That's it. Yeah. All right. Draw leer. Let's see what we've got here. Nope, nothing here. Arclucinia 907. Loyalty mission. Okay, I don't remember. I don't think you have to actually wait for very long for the trouble to come calling. What else we got here? I'm not gonna worry about that. Oh yes, let's do that. Let's do that. Oh boy, are we gonna do it again? Well, we have to climb somewhere. Let's try up there.
Everything on this planet's so pointy.
Okay, so that's just to get there. Now we need to get up there.
What is it now, Liam? I'm not a cultural test bed.
This must be the hideout of those hackers who attacked Sam. Everyone, remember, these people think their virus worked. Sam's gone, and I'm on their side.
Gotta love some good subterfuge.
Private channel only once we're in, Sam.
Armor level 5. Did we... Okay, so that must have been the high value container then. That's front door's over here. Whoops, sorry guys. Where is the front door? Whoa, there you go. Little Tony Hawk for you tonight.
Welcome to our sanctuary. I'm Catherine Nye, Knight to my colleagues. I wrote the virus that freed you from Sam.
I don't know how to thank you.
I'm sorry your father did this. The Initiative's use of AI could doom us all, and you were the first to suffer.
Did your virus kill Sam?
Sam has been reduced. It's harmless now. I saw the folly of merging humans and AI in the Milky Way. A Black Ops project called Overlord that created a monster.
Overlord, there you go.
Many died. My son was hurt, and the young man used as a host was consumed. Every Pathfinder risks the same fate.
That can happen? I've never heard of Overlord.
I guess your father hadn't either. Excuse me. I have work to do. Unless you have questions.
What more can you tell me about Project Overlord?
A Black Ops experiment by mad scientists to merge a human mind with synthetic intelligence. Their creation was a horror. I paid a heavy price to get my son out.
You think the Pathfinders could be overcome by their AI?
Worse. If the Initiative thinks the human AI merge works, they might roll it out to everyone. Imagine Sam's power in the hands of people who weren't ready for it.
If you're afraid of AI, why join an organization that uses it?
We needed an escape. I thought the Initiative was using shackled AI for research. When I understood it... Well, a firefighter doesn't run away from a fire.
I shouldn't keep you.
Thank you. Don't worry about Sam reconnecting. Our AI detector is always watching.
That's good to know.
The virus was a beginning. I'm about to make sure the Initiative never repeats its mistake.
Pathfinder, it's unlikely an AI detector could discern our private channel. However, this may not be true for your scanner.
This Knight's plans can't be good.
She's dangerous. Let's find out what's up. Discreetly.
Citadel Economics Board Case Report A5 on the subject of the 2182 flash crash nicknamed the Ilium Sinkhole. Thousands of stock prices collapsed overnight, destroying the value of approximately 1.2 million personal accounts. Responsibility was later traced to a rogue VI developed for the Ilium stock market whose sentience had been illegally modified. Relatopagis, a senior white hat hacker at the Bank of Nos Astra, gave forceful testimony on the rising use of such VI, which makes decisions in milliseconds that affect financial markets across Citadel space, often based on news stories that a non-synthetic stockbroker would know to ignore. Quote, as far as the VI knows, it's just moving numbers around, Topagis testified. It might even find that personally fulfilling in ways organic life can't understand. But for us, a decimal point can be the difference between riches and ruin. Unquote.
Oh, welcome. I'm Laveria. I'm so glad Knight's virus worked. Do you need anything?
Sandwich.
Why did you join Knight's movement?
I know. Me, an underground hacker? Back home, I was a concierge on the Citadel. I coded games for my little sisters. They played together, walked to school together. And when those Geth machines attacked the Citadel, the Geth impaled them on spikes. Together.
This is something Geth do? Truly?
That's why I left for Andromeda, and why I joined Knight.
It sounds like Knight is taking all this to the next level.
Oh yes, very soon now.
Has she told you anything?
Not much. Alain, her son, would know more.
See you later, Laveria.
Bye. Come by anytime.
This must be tough to hear, Sam.
Those AI are the product of a different civilization. Ours will be founded on organic, synthetic partnership. I bridge the hard-earned lessons of the past and the promise of the future.
Regarding AI detector, Knight, thank you for the ELIZA data. It's so obvious when you run a comparison. The Geth, the SAMs, all our data shows that working AI produce a detectable electromagnetic pattern. It's similar to brain activity and organic life. Different cases, but a distinct signature. I even tested it against a basic VI. They're not even close. So, blathering aside, the answer is yes. All I need is sensors that pick up the EM pattern of an AI operating nearby or interfacing with a Pathfinder implant, and we've got a detector. Child's play. How's your virus coming along? Lemuria.
Looks like Knight's personal console. Sam, can you get into it?
Yes, but my access will trigger the AI detector. You'll only have one chance.
Okay, let's wait until we know what we're looking for.
Intelligence and introspection. Dr. K9. At the sensory gallery on Cathoi Ward, I could step into a booth and artificially experience rain as a Turian feels it. Elsewhere, I could smell like an Elcor, ooh, or hear like a Drell. But there is no booth where I could think like an artificial intelligence. Try it. Imagine 2 or 3 times as intelligent as you are now. You're likely already approaching the level considered genius for your species. Now keep going. 10 times, 20 times. The mind reels, doesn't it? And you still aren't as intelligent as an AI. Now consider how differently such a mind might perceive and interpret the world compared to how you understand it. Think how different a sonnet might seem, or a sunset. Then ask yourself, what would such a mind make of our mortality? The value of organic life. My lab partners evolved 1,000 light years away. Make no mistake, it is the life on our servers, which is truly alien. Now we go talk to the sun downstairs.
You must be Ryder. Alain. My mother's in charge around here. But you're a celebrity. Sorry I can't show you around. I'm stuck sitting here for a few more hours.
Is something wrong?
I'm fine. Just good old Project Overlord. Still kicking me when I'm down. When Mom has... Nope. Can't talk about that. Do you need anything?
Anything you can tell me about Project Overlord?
Black Ops guys trying to make a VI human hybrid. They hired my mother as a programmer. They told me I was a candidate for the human part. And, hey, not like my body was doing me any favors. But my implants got hacked, and Mum said we're leaving. Lucky me. Overlord went downhill fast.
If it's all right, can I ask why you need all these machines?
I had a serious infection in my nervous system. I used spinal implants to walk and, you know, bathroom stuff. But while my mother was working on Project Overlord, my implants got hacked. They still work. I just have to sync them a few hours a day.
Your mother seems to have plans.
Mum's always got plans. A big one's coming up.
Nothing else you can tell me?
I would. But you just arrived. I learned the hard way. Trust has to be earned.
I've got to go.
You know where I'll be.
Even the other NPCs.
Pathfinder, I believe we can fix Alain's implants. I have schematics for an appropriate device. It will require time and resources.
Or I could start scanning, but that's risky.
See, we got that one. All right, so we go back to Kadara port. And make that. Wait, that's not the right place. We gotta go. No, that was the right place, wasn't it? Yes, right here.
No wonder it's toxic. The shit's on fire.
An exothermic reaction from the sulfuric acid coming in contact with water in the atmosphere.
Yep, she takes damage from the geyser. There's a research station right inside here. Uh-oh. Yeah, see. Sloan is ready. Cybernetic device. See, we already did the trap. We don't need to do that again. Okay. This device and its accompanying software will compensate for the damage to Alan Nye's spinal implants, enabling them to function correctly. I don't think we need anything. And this loading screen takes a while too. There's just something about Kadara that not optimized. Uh-oh, high noon. Uh-oh, it's all gonna come to a head. Okay. The Nomad. Ah, crap. We gotta drive up there again. Yep.
So training. Felt longer at the time. Sure as hell didn't cover all this.
I'm amazed you assumed a new galaxy would simply accommodate you.
How often does that plain-spoken Angaran honesty get you punched?
Okay, so, these two don't get along either. Kind of makes me want to bring Vetra and Jal together. See how well they get along. Neither one of them get along with Liam, apparently. Oh. The next turn. Okay, we didn't ask the last question to her.
Hello again.
It's a relief to be free, but Sam wasn't so bad. Each AI is different.
None of the Geth who attacked the Citadel stopped the others from hurting my little sisters.
I'm sorry. Sam would have been sorry too.
Really? It would? Well, thank you.
See you later, Laveria.
Bye. Come by anytime.
Malay, I put a little something together. This should help fix your implants.
Are you serious? Yeah. Yeah, I can feel my nerves waking up. When Mercury goes down, Mum will lose her mind over this. Thank you.
No problem, Malay. I've got to go.
Thank you again.
Mercury. Sounds like a code name for whatever Knight's doing.
This will enable me to find any relevant data quickly.
Let's search Knight's console and see what she's up to.
Plot thickens.
Security protocols breached.
Bring up anything tagged Mercury.
Files found. Mercury. A strike to prevent any future AI by destroying all quantum computers on the Nexus.
Damn it. You could use those computers to create AI, but right now they run half the station. A lot of people could die. We need to stop Knight now. But quietly, okay?
Yeah, we gotta go all the way to the Nexus for this. Time to beat feet.
Peebee's been looking for you.
No.
Now orbiting Kadara.
Tomorrow, maybe. We are getting there. You can see more of the cluster map is getting filled in. It's a pretty well-timed ad. Oh, we got to talk to Carrie also. Maybe there's a couple of things we can do while we're here. Yeah, and there's no way to skip this either.
Ryder, this is Kandros. Sam warned us about Knight's attack. Unfortunately, one device triggered already. We lost a chunk of hydroponics.
Sorry, Kandros. I had to help someone out. Where's Knight?
We're tracking her down, but those devices are still live. I need you to take care of them, quietly. We can't afford panic.
Son of a bitch, you played me.
Knight?
Yes, me. I let you near my son. You're not stopping this.
Stay away from Kadara.
Too late. We've already stopped some of it. Oh. Gotta check. Sorry, we haven't checked it at all today. There it is. Wow, and let me buy 5 of them. I don't need 5 of them. Let's get 2. Let's also grab a remnant decryption key. Sell the salvage. Okay, thank you very much.
Authorities continue work to establish contact with our Milky Way descendants. As of now, beacons confirming arrival in Helios remain unanswered. This is HNS.
I'm sorry, Lana. They're just trying to boost our morale.
Ryder, please. The Nexus doesn't need those computers. But we won't be safe from another Overlord until they're gone.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do. I sacrificed everything to stop it.
Isn't it behind one of these consoles?
Attention, civil disobedience has been reported in hydroponics. Security is investigating.
Ryder, we cornered Knight, but she's carrying the last of those devices. I have a sniper ready, but she wants to speak to you. We could end this peacefully.
Apex personnel, please.
Can we get somebody out? Vladimir.
How may I assist?
No.
Another time.
Pathfinder.
Attention, civil disobedience has been reported in hydroponics.
They haven't fixed this panel from the beginning of the game. Oh, we needed to talk to Sid too. She's right down there.
Fallout from the recent uprising as security tightens across all sectors on the Nexus. Director Tan stresses that it's, quote, for your safety. This is HNS.
They offered to put me on the transfer list for an outpost, but I said no. What? Why? That's why you came here in the first place.
You still haven't been to the cultural exchange.
They can't believe half of what I tell them.
Kandros reports the sniper is ready.
Understood, Sam.
Sam, such a human name. No one ever listens. Your father built his human AI implant. Overlord went on despite my...
You're trying to bury something, and I think that's what this is really about.
I thought Overlord might help my son. They made him a candidate for their butchery, so I sabotaged it. I faked rogue code and ripped him out. Alain was hurt terribly, but he was alive and himself, not a... First Overlord, then Sam. Horrors, forced on children. It has to end, even if I must do the unforgivable.
You're gonna die for that.
Sam and I helped Alain together. It's going to be all right.
No, the code I made, no one could fix it.
Sam did. Stand down and you can ask Alain yourself.
Here. The last device.
Thank you.
No matter what sentence they give me, I hope Alain will forgive me someday. If Sam really is what you say, perhaps it can forgive me too.
Woohoo!
We ask that you
is 6 more points. If there's anything in here. Okay, let's go talk to Sid. Yeah, you notice the Avena here is now back to blue. It was red earlier when it was hacked by them. Let's see, she's in operations.
An expedition to Eos in the Pythia system has discovered a mysterious facility that authorities are calling a vault. Though not much yet is known about the underground structure, it's believed to be remnant in origin. Noted Asari scientist Pelisaria Vesaal.
What we activated in the vault drastically improved the atmosphere on Eos.
This is HNS.
Can I talk to you, Ryder?
You bet. That's why we're here.
Good that you're here, Ryder. I found something while monitoring comms for the Nexus. Multiple attacks by people called the Three Sabers. They're hitting outposts and supply vessels. The really weird part is they seem aware of our operations, like they're getting intel.
What are you saying? That someone's feeding them info?
Maybe. It would be really bad if that were true, right? I've reported it, and they say they'll investigate, but then forget. But you're the Pathfinder. If someone's betraying the Nexus, you have to do something about it.
If they seem to know our operations, that could spell trouble. Best to get to the bottom of it.
Thank you. I knew I could count on you. Best Pathfinder ever. I don't know where they hide, but I got the nav points for their most recent raids. Maybe the Tempest scanners can figure out where they went.
Life on the frontier.
Civil disobedience has been reported in hydroponics. Security is investigating.
Okay, let's I guess let's go ahead and do that one. Well, let's see, what do we got here first? Give the snacks to Vetra. Wait for the trap. Let's go on the ship first. Trip. Thank you. Thank you.
A reminder to all personnel, overtime hours remain in effect.
Species are at odds as talks break down over a unified curriculum for initiative kids. The Asari say they'll wait it out until demands are met. This is HNS.
Okay, we've got that one. I wonder if that's the Gian Garson one. Oh, we gotta talk to Carrie too. Where's Carrie?
We ask that you refrain from picking foliage in the Nexus Commons area.
Oh.
The consumption or
First things first. Tan sent a little gift for your positive message. I'd make the most of it. Today's a tough one. The Exiles. Probably the most live-wire topic for our leaders. You've met the treacherous mutineers at Kadara port. Some think the Exiles are a menace to be eradicated.
The Exiles threaten the Nexus, and they do it again. We should deal with them.
More defense money for Kandros and the others, then. Sorry, I have to cut this short. I need to prep for a meeting. Apparently some colonists want to talk about the series. Maybe they'll be willing to go on camera.
we ask that you refrain from
Hey, Vetra. Have you heard anything about some lab techs coming out of deep freeze?
Oh yeah, Kesh was mentioning that when we caught up.
Oh, wonderful. I'll have to pop by to say hello as soon as I'm done here.
Oh, I wouldn't do that just now. Apparently most of them have
Cryo grumpies.
Ah, the dreaded cryo grumpies. I'll make sure to bring coffee with me and sugar. Lots of sugar.
That's ridiculous. Why would you say that?
You ever just think, I miss home? Every time I do, I feel guilty about it.
It's not him. Okay. Let's see. We talked to this guy again. No, he's not there anymore. It's the guy that wanted us to hook him up with Gil. Wait a minute. Why is that pointing over here? I don't remember.
Nexus exiles find a home as former security are implicated in the mutiny. An investigation revealed Nexus security head Sloan Kelly played a role in the uprising that killed dozens.
All right, what's going on here?
Exiles, including Kelly, to Kadara, a desert planet in the Gavorkan system. Initiative Director Jaren
Bug.
A worker was lost to space during repairs on the Nexus hull. The victim's name has been withheld. The Milky Way is notified. This is HNS.
No, we're not listening to the marker.
I know we slept for 600 years. I don't know.
Nexus exiles find a home as former security are implicated.
Okay, there we go. Now
Peebee's
it's
been looking for you.
Should be. Better crafting. Okay, go here. We won't scan everything like we normally do. Normally what we do is whenever we go to a new system, we scan everything that's there for resources and stuff. But since we're coming up near the end of the stream,
Once for industry on Vold, and well beyond.
One day that might be true again. I'm picking up something. Probe away. Anomaly found.
We're here, Ryder. Nav point where the three Sabers supposedly attacked a supply ship.
I'm getting a unique radiation signature from the scans. I think their drive's leaking ESO.
Does it lead anywhere?
I'm only getting a general vector. If we scan the other sites, we could narrow it down.
ship's name Nightingale.
I'm picking up something. Deploying probe. Got a reading from the asteroid belt.
Unfortunately, the ones that go between systems can't be skipped.
Sometimes I forget how small we are. Anomaly on sensors. Probes launched. Getting a scan. Narrowing down the list of possible locations.
A lonely system. It's almost lost in the Scourge.
What else could be lost out there?
picking up something. Probe away. Anomaly found.
Looks like there's another one to the left.
Applying data to what we already have.
Ship and its entire crew transporting minerals was expected at the Nexus, but never docked. It was presumed lost in the Scourge. Analysis suggests that the Daisy's navigational systems may have been compromised.
Anomaly detected.
Yeah, that's the other one. It's not going to be one of these, but...
Deploying probe.
Oh, maybe
Detecting
it is.
what's left of a ship.
Fragments of a wrecked remnant vessel drift deep within the Scourge. It is impossible to determine whether the ship was fully automated or designed for a crew. Solmane.
Anomaly on sensors. Probe away. Getting a scan. This should give us a final location, Ryder. Got it. I'll forward all the information to your Omni tool.
It's a bunch of cargo containers. Bourbon Sally, small scouting ship sent to investigate a portion of the Scourge. It was lost shortly after leaving the Nexus. It was assumed that contact with the Scourge brought her down. Analysis of the wreckage makes it abundantly clear the ship was attacked. Back to Kadara we go. This will be the last thing that we do for the night.
Now orbiting Kadara.
Let's swap Liam out for Vetra, like we were talking about earlier. There we go. So we'll do points too. I don't know if there's any to spend, but biotics. right, how do we get there?
I asked about your fear of Sid dying, because we call that Dosashan. It means good fear, or maybe noble fear.
You see fear as good?
Fearing things that should be feared keeps you alive. It's good. Your struggle here is driven by Dosashan. The same as when we fight the Ket, but embracing Dosashan, not letting it hold you down. That's courage. You were courageous to come here, Vetranix. You and your sister.
Wow. Thank you.
And we went a completely wrong damn direction. It's hard to tell the hell you're going sometimes. Okay. Yeah, but maybe we're supposed to. Sorry, Mr. Forward Station. Nothing personal. Oh, yeah, it's this one. Okay. This is where we were the other day when I said, oh, I remember there was a big fight here.
Party just got bigger.
Look out!
I see outlaws.
Time to break out the fancy moves. Nah, we'll leave you alone today, buddy. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, fine. I was gonna walk across.
Rofjin. They've taken our Rofjin as trophies. How could they?
Three Sabers memo. I don't want to hear about it. You all knew ousting Yale would make the break with the Nexus final. No loss. That teat was running dry. Going independent isn't just the smart move. It's the only move. Now we've got the gear and the freedom to take over this place. Angara? Not a problem. Here Yale's on EOS. Forget him. He won't talk. Anything he brings up will expose his involvement and the Nexus's involvement. He's not going to put himself in that situation or position.
This former leader, Yale, he's on EOS. He was their tie to the Nexus.
We'll have to talk to him to get to the root of this.
I'm saving everything we found as proof. It'll come in handy.
Yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. We'll finish that up. First thing.
Got them all.
Let's see. Let's go up to the ship. We can at least do that. Get into orbit. While that is going on, we'll go ahead and do our normal business. All right, let's do that. And we'll switch away to the lobby screen. Where is it? There it is. Okay, that is it for the night, everyone. Thank you very much for coming out. I very much appreciate it. Thanks for the hosts and the resubs and all of the goodness, the chat, and your company. And thank you for being here. Yeah, we'll talk to him tomorrow. Just as a reminder, for the time being, thank you, Elda. Thanks for coming out. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. For the time being, our Saturday streams are going to be at 10 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That is Eastern time. So remember that. We'll pick up here. Let's see, what was I going to do? Oh, links. There we go. Streamerlinks.com/Iceman. Come, that's where you can find all my stuff. Gaming and social media wise, you're welcome to anything and everything that's there. And let's see, it looks like there is only one person to potentially raid. Everybody else is off enjoying their Friday night or their Saturday morning, depending on where they are. All right, we'll go ahead and do the raid, the random raid, even though there's only one person to choose from. It better pick them. If it's not, it's broken. Take care. So yeah, Wanderlust, she's got to be close to finishing up Phoenix Immortals Phoenix Rising. That's actually a really good game. It really is. It was Assassin's Creed-ish, Greek, different animation style, but it's actually pretty good. Thank you, Zarvaxis. You too. Thanks for coming out. It's good to see you. All right, so if you want to join us in the raid, let me do the raid command. Copy everything after the colon and put it into Wanderlust's channel. She's super nice as well. She's a good streamer. Good streamer too. She's the one that gave me the inspiration to do all the light stuff, because she has it on hers. She doesn't do the camera border and stuff like that like I do, but she's got channel points rewards to allow people to change the colors behind her as well. So she was the reason that I wound up doing that in mine. So thank her for that. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 10. If you can make it, that's great. Obviously, if you can't, you got stuff to do. I know it's early or mid-morning on a Saturday, so I completely understand if you guys got things to do. So I appreciate it. All right, let's get out of here. Go!